Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? How could retail do this? Pricks. Beefy, cheesy goodness. Welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. I made $50. Good for you, Carl. Kind of a slow breakdown here, but yeah, even more of the supportive call positioning pulled back into this morning, especially above 52.50. We've got a little bit of support at 40 and 35. Resistance after that, and then a call wall at 25. If we fail the call wall at 25, there's nothing propping this up. So, should calls come in at a supportive level, then I think it's pretty reasonable to think that we could trade here for the rest of the day. Between like 42.25, 42.40. If they don't, we may lose 52.25. And if we do, we could fall as low as like 51.90. It does not look great. Dollar keeps rocketing up. We're almost at 104.25. To give some context to that, we were at 103.80 at one point yesterday. Fortunately, the top end of the yield curve is driving down alongside the rising dollar because China's currency is collapsing, and pretty rapidly too. The yen's moved 7 cents off target, 2 cents since last night. Tier stream card. Thanks, Gilgamesh. But because of that, they're obviously stepping into the FX markets to stabilize their currency, and that's putting a lot of pressure on USTs. The dream of a BRICS plus currency spearheaded by China is slowly dying as their currency becomes more and more interdependent day by day on the US dollar. USA, yeah. I bought some 170p Apple Zero DTs off Pickles Picks at open and instantly made 120% returns. Already a great day. Yeah, the loss of DN there was, the Apple options chain looks like dog shit, but it was pretty cool. So my 524 4 DTE calls probably dead. Not necessarily. So part of this drop is, positions that were bought at significantly higher prices are just capitulating. But if we don't drop substantially, calls and puts are both getting cheaper because of the crush in realized vol. And so as price is falling, we're also getting longer dated repositioning. How are you managing your overnight straddle with this price action? I mean, I'm just sitting in it. I haven't closed the put side of it yet, although I have a stop in place. If I closed here and we bounced back above 52.45, I'd probably close the other side and take my like 5.5%. Give me a rundown of what you think expect for the next couple of weeks and couple of months. Near yesterday's high, I sold all my puts because I thought you said we would go up more. We probably will. We'll probably pull back a little bit. as the shorter dated calls fall off and reposition, and then they'll probably buy back in. Currency collapse in China. We'll see where that goes. They could stabilize it still, though. And then I bought calls at yesterday's low, and you just don't hedge these things. You just buy them and sit on them. So we got a pump. It was a big pump, but it was a weak pump, which I went quite in depth on last night in Pickles Picks, which you should probably read. You shouldn't be over committing to any direction in the market. You definitely shouldn't be buying the selling the high and buying the low. Is Upstart dead? It's not, but it's not getting any support. So I posted in the Upstart channel this morning, just a little after market open. The tips had crossed back over, so there's a little bit of shorting going on. If Nvidia picks back up, which it looks like it is a little bit, that might start pressuring bots. But I believe it's still above delta neutral. Looks like it got a little bit of a bounce already. Don't take any. Here's a good bit of advice. If you don't know how to hedge, or you're not going to actively hedge your positions, don't take anything that you hold overnight. This have to be managed. Where's Google advertised to me garlic crust pizza at 9:55 a.m. because you're from the Midwest? The fuck am I gonna loathe? I'm growing to loathe YouTube and Google. I hedged, I bought a put, and then I bought a call. Nice. Sell low, buy high. Like Jesus intended. Which book teaches hedging? Right, options as a strategic investment covers it. To a degree. Gherkin, Mio at 490, win sub 2. Maybe soon. HSI ended up closing down 216 points last night. Shenzhen was down 121. CN50 dropped 58 points. Tesla failed GN in the early pre-market. Bearish. Support at 68 though. Negative gamma environment. So if it bounces off 68, it's a play back up to GN, which is like a $4 range. If it fails 68, then it's a play to the downside at like 160. Did you enter cat? It looks good. Yeah. I might actually pick up some more 365s on that. Sorry, my throat's a bit dry. Apple antitrust ruling seems bad. I mean, it is. Especially because they're talking about breaking Apple up, right? No, it's not strep. So I like washed my face when I woke up this morning, and I grabbed like a towel out of like my towel, like my linen closet, and I like put it over my face. I was drying my face, and then I breathed in, and there was all this like powder on the towel. I don't know what the fuck it was. Something from like the laundry service or something, but it's not been pleasant. Anthrax, maybe. Yayo? No. I'd be way more awake. Yeah, I'm gonna go with like detergent. Congrats on the clean lungs. Smallpox. Gherk probably only has pure Persian silk for all of his towels. I don't think silk comes from Persia, Bob. I just took a hit of my allergy nasal spray. Feel alive. Anyway, it's quite unpleasant. Quite a lot of support on Apple at 170. Let's see what Upstart's gonna do today. Alright, so if Upstart catches a bid and we start seeing Nvidia's moving, Nvidia's moving up to that 925 test pretty quick. And IWM doesn't seem to be underperforming too much. Still down about 37 points. But coming back. Found support at 207. Let's see if we're getting any calls coming in. Still looks weak above 5240. I came for GME OPEX runs, but stayed for sound financial entertainment. I hope you're gaining some fulfillment with your ever-growing band of degens. It's been pretty cool, Posty. Not gonna lie. I have enjoyed it these many years. I watched a documentary on biological warfare last night. Are you sure it was not an act of biological warfare? Pretty sure. Do wasps pollinate? I think I know what's going on. Beyond is still on Reg Show. Probably starch on your laundry. That's what I'm thinking. Although they shouldn't be starching my laundry. A good entry for Apple spreads, or wait to see if SPX pumps later. I mean, even if SPX pumps later, I might pick up some more. I already closed the ones I opened at market open, but I might open the ones for next week. Stream card, whoever did this, good job. That was Jacoto. It was pretty awesome. This was based directly off my commentary on the stream card I needed to represent the attacks in the Red Sea. Honestly, I don't care which way. Just don't fucking jerk off at 5240 all day on SPX. So that's our most likely outcome, is we get a little bit above 5240 here, and that's it. That's the rest of the day. Boring as fuck. Market open can be so chaotic. How do you decide whether to enter at 9:30 or just wait? It depends. I mean, sometimes pre-market action can be somewhat conclusive, or there's high volume in the pre-market, which lends a little bit more confidence to price action after market open. Sometimes the trend is strong. I mean, you can make some assumptions about the market maker hedge depending on where prices closed, and where they're going to open, and how that hedging is going to affect like the opening 15 minutes. For the most part, it's generally considered better to avoid market open. While it can be a time to make a great deal of money, it can also be a time to lose a great deal of money. QQQ bounced pretty hard. Yeah, still not seeing the amount of call buying I want to see on SPX, but it is picking up a little bit. We're getting a little bit more of a ramp back to 5250. We do have longer dated positioning at 5250, and we are getting some out of the money call buying as well. I think best case for the bulls is push it above 5250, hold there the rest of the day, and try to pick up as many calls as they can while realized vol is crushed, especially with PCE next week. I saw in fake meat chat that T212 turned off the buy button. What mean? It means they're a shitty brokerage, which they are. Interesting. Failing to bounce back above 65. It's 67 in the pre-market. Oh. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. How's the Dow doing? Down 19 points. Ew. Yeah, NQ bounced, but it doesn't look very good. Hmm. NVIDIA 925. 2650. $15. Hmm. Yeah, some of the Mag 7's catching a bit of a bid. Apple's getting back up to even. Tesla's kind of interesting. Bounce off 68. Hmm. Decent reversal on SPX. Let's see if we're getting more out of the money calls. Volume's slowing down a little bit, but we have a bit of a ramp back up to 50. Kind of tops out at 50 though. So SPX still doesn't look very strong. This bounce on QQQ is kind of meh. Like, not very strong, not a lot of volume. Immediately rejected off 18,560. Yeah, that's kind of weak. Maybe Tesla doesn't give a shit though. Options, cash, 170. Hmm. How long before the yuan? Where did it go? How long before the yuan actually collapses? Seems like it will just get exponentially worse. It's not currently getting better, but I would say it's very far from collapse. The 720 range to which the PBOC generally pins the currency is, um, a fairly stable range, and so it would have to move quite substantially in order to be significantly at risk. I probably wouldn't expect Apple to fall much below 170 today. There's probably a decent amount of support there. But it may continue to fail into 170 and retest it. Spreads are going kind of wild on the 170 call here. Stabilizing a bit. Maybe they're done trying to sell it off. If this bounce on Tesla picks up some momentum, I think a test of 72 or like 73.50 is possible. QQQ bounce is still pretty weak. Let's see, how's Google looking? Still just rocketing up. AMD's pulling back a bit today. That's fucking weird. Microsoft's not so hot. Netflix is still doing fine. A little bearish. Nvidia's broken 925 now. That's pretty good for Nvidia. At what point does Nvidia start squeezing the sold calls? I don't know how much of the 900s are going to squeeze, how much more of the 900s are going to squeeze off. Some of those have theta. But if they can squeeze off the 925 calls here, which it doesn't seem that they've done in any significant numbers yet, that could start driving prices towards like back towards like 950. If JPA and Ueda both sliding into my DMs, whispering sweet nothings, who do I take up on the steakhouse dinner? Just make sure you split the check. RSP downtrend since open. Yeah. IWM's not looking that strong either. Beyond's back at 8. Down. Jamie at 1357. BTU and Fixie are up a bit. EWJ is up. TLT's up a tiny bit. Everything else is fucking red. I don't want to carry these Tesla calls if it's going to break down. Dollar? Stop? 91, 95 cents. All right, let's see what momentum's looking like. Not so great. Looks like momentum's gaining some traction to the upside on the longer time frames, and for now we're holding on to the long-term trend on ES. We haven't really failed it significantly. This would be a good place to find support though. Is cap breaking down? Ah, fuck you, Tesla. Yeah, a little bit. Falling a bit below the calls at 65, which isn't great. But this kind of looks like it could break down a little bit more and then find support around the like 362.50 level and then maybe bounce from there. Cat's got a lot of positive, like, well, a decent amount of positive charm, and it's got some pretty good supportive call positioning. There's quite a lot of calls at 62.50, and then 65 is pretty decent too. I don't like it. There's a lot of sporadic selling going on. It's not being absorbed like normal. Frothy as fuck. Yeah, it is. How low can Upstart go given the Fed decision? I mean, the Fed decision to maintain 3 rate cuts is kind of good for Upstart, or at least stabilizing. Call interest on Upstart's been picking up since before the Fed meeting, so bull and continued after the Fed meeting, so bulls are pretty happy about it. It's also fairly illiquid right now. Thanks, Gabe. I appreciate it, man. Gabe, you want Gabe or Gabriel? Up to you. Ooh, thanks, Average Joe. I appreciate it. I can show you some I made too. I made a bunch. Ploppygins? Where? Mm. Oh, you actual bitch. I think I hate stonks. No. Why would you say something so terrible? Do me wrong. What did you do? I just randomly logged in my Fidelity account. You stock god. C3 finally broke. Oh, the AI thing? Oh, look at that. Motherfucking son of a bitch. I closed my C3 AI before the Nvidia GTC. Because I was like, there's no way they're not going to try to pump the shit out of everything AI. But nice. Well done. Yeah, if you held through that, doing quite well. You love them? That's why they hurt you so. Yeah, NQ's kind of slipping. Although, The consolidation could be worse. I think ES will probably find support again. Like right here. At, what is that? Like 52.95, it looks like. There's no resistance on ES to the upside at all. Because there's no bears. Excuse me. Bears are fake. Thank you, Cover Kitten. I'm back as Cat unalive. Yeah, a little bit. Also, Tesla's being a bitch. Mm. Mm. The fucking bulls. Alright, let's see here. Oop, goodies. There's some call buying going on still. But vol's turning up. You know what? There isn't any. There's no fucking short vol. We need put sellers to do pumpies. Slightly bullish. It's kind of steepening. Mm, 82,000 at the 170. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at the volume on these contracts. Maybe this is what we call a refractory period. I mean, it is a bit, but Realize vol's pretty crushed out, right? So contracts, options contracts are really cheap. Just bulls arbitraging other bulls. Yep. Imagine getting signed on a put on SPY at 520. Could be worse. Am I regarded, or is the next support level on AI 2732? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think there's any real support there. 2591, maybe. If you give me a second, I'll tell you what the Greeks are. NQ. NQ's kind of still struggling with its bounce. Yeah. None of this is looking particularly strong. The bulls are buying calls. They're like pushing back a little, but I'm not sure to what end. Not getting a lot of bullish momentum either. Maybe as we get a little bit further into the day and they accumulate more positioning. Why are we so pinned to 35 though? There's like no fucking puts there. $25.90 based on the green hog candle from a month ago. I see that was resistance October 23rd, Jan 24. Okay, mucho gusto, no problem. Do you think we touch SPX 5250 at some point today? We could, yeah. There's definitely calls to the upside. I wonder if the main entity pumping the market is out and the remaining bulls are the chumps. It's possible. We're definitely not seeing short vol accumulate the way we were before. Have you seen that silly video with the person trying to play My Heart Will Go On the recorder and it sounds terrible? That's what it sounds like in my head as my puts fade into death. Don't they expire like 3 months from now? 4 months from now? Descending wedge on the NQ 15-minute meaningful. I'm not sure it's a descending wedge, but sure. This is more like a, well, it's a descending broadening wedge, which isn't, it's not inherently bearish. But I guess you're doing this from back here. And that would be the bullish side of things. But this kind of means it lacks sufficient support. It keeps getting lower lows, which is not exactly a great look. The bounces are less and less volume too. So that's like a little bit bullish, but not very. Bullish consolidation with weak support. Nice, dude. Tesla found support a little bit higher. See if it breaks back up through the 30 there. Let's see if bulls come in on this low test at 35. Not sure that's updating. Maybe it is. No, that's not working. Can you tell if the AVGO 1400, 1420 volume is a pump attempt? No. I could take a look at its options chain real quick. AVGO's been doing pretty good. I had some longer dated calls on it too, but it's just the moves are too big to not take profits, so it's hard to stay in a position for very long. Ooh, we do have some longer dated puts coming in here. Interesting. Hold on. That's curious. Those don't look sold either. Um, hmm. So AVGO's got a pretty nice ramp up to like 1380. It looks like 1420 sold calls. There's a put wall at 1370 and 1380 though. I think the calls, yeah, 1370 is going to be pretty hard to cross. And on a rejection of 1370, it's probably going to fall back, well, to 60. Yeah. 60, and then it's got some support at 60, 50. Ooh. SPX failing despite the call buying. That's not good. Things on SPX not looking so hot below 35, 35.30. MQ's also falling a bit lower. Support. Not immediately. That looks kind of shitty. We almost got the gap from yesterday filled at this point. Might as well fill the rest of it. No one told Apple the market is down. Bounced off 70. Resistance here is at like 52.50. Any news today on that, by the way? Apple rolled out an update for the iPhone. Nothing interesting. Ooh, Apple's talking with Baidu in China over AI for its devices. Looks like they're not exclusive with Google. Sounds like micro cheating, right? Thoughts on cat support here. It should find some around 62.50. Yeah. Nope. No, that's breaking down. 60? Cat will perform poorly if indexes aren't moving up. And the Dow's getting fucking hammered. Dow's down 45 points right now. So Google should reverse that 5% move it had the other day, right? Right? Who am I kidding? Sounds like yourself. Momentum's about to turn bearish on the 1 hour. It's been bearish on the 1 hour. I don't know what you're on about. Since like yesterday. Is this the mythical SLD? No, fucking SLD is before OPEX. Alright, so a little bit. Ooh, Tesla's breaking out. Go Tesla. Oh god, the world's weakest breakout. You see this dropping under 52.30. There's a little bit of call support here, but it could. The longer dated positionings that are coming in are puts. You don't have to have any other strat than short DWAC on every pop. I wish I could do this every day. I'll rephrase. MACD is about to. Oh, you're looking at MACD. Momentum traders might come in. Maybe. They may already be coming in. We let them know calls are cheap enough that they can pump it now. Calls are cheap as fuck. $52.50s are $1.75 right now. And it's only like 10:50. What are you drinking? Tea? What and where are the puts targeting? 5,200. But they're building in the money. 52.35, 40, 52.50. It's pretty easy to see them too because there was fucking zero puts up here yesterday. So could sold puts de-risking cause this to happen, or is it only bought puts? I don't think we've seen a lot of de-risking today. We saw some yesterday though. On the SPXW dumped a bunch of Vega exposure. Tuscan Raider thumbnail is fire. So we're buying in the money puts right now. Yeah. I think 76 is reasonable. No, now we're just in a downtrend. This consolidation's getting less bullish and more just we're trending down. On increasing IV. Tesla has like 50,000 fucking calls at 170. And it can't break to the upside. Oh, what a bag of shit Elon made. Stays like this, I miss 2021. Buying Tesla calls and having it bounce $25 every tick. Sure, they were $1,700 a pop, but they were fun. There we go. Come on, market makers. Buy the uptick. Mm. God damn it. All right, we're getting a little support on SPX here at 30. Or they're trying to build support on it. This is like ES 5290. ES broke free of the long-term trend though, so that looks like shit. Like all the way down. Supported 75, 23. So if this consolidation breaks below the bottom of its trend, it's really, really bearish. And it's pretty fucking close. It already failed like the stronger trend. So this could be make or break for bulls. As far as a return to like 5,200. Cause yeah, I'm pretty sure if we fall back to support here, that's gonna be like SPX 51, like back to like 5190, 5180. The video's double topping here, not great. No, that wouldn't be. Ooh, yeah. Netflix and still has a little bit of pump. Some of the Mag 7, not all of the Mag 7, but a couple of the Mag 7 don't look too bad. Like Amazon looks okay. Apple doesn't look that great though. Google's still fucking kicking ass. Very, very important support for the bulls. Tesla's already starting to sell off. I wonder if they can catch the knife. VIX is at 13. Can QQQ hold here? Man, NQ looks even worse than ES. Like this looks like it's gonna give it all up. It's fucking terrible. It already lost like the bear flag that it had. Wow, almost. Very close to losing the bear flag. I like that one better. Pennant. Ugh. Sloppy. I hate MQ. I mean, I love it, but I also hate it. Okay, there's a little bit of vol shorting coming in. Zero DTE GN. Just do zero DTE GN. How'd you get a neutral point with 1 day of anyway? Nope. There we go. Bulls are doing a thing. You can do it. Shill? You started it. What do flows look like here? Like just what? Just like volume? Is there any way to know if significant ETF covering is happening on Beyond apart from increased volume? We're not in the ETF FTD period. Why the fuck would there be any ETF covering? ETF FTD period goes, it's like the last 5 days from end of month, last 6 days, business days. Is there not 900K due today from ETF FTDs? I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's 900K due on. Probably not. You guys make up a lot of shit in that Discord. That's not true. I just don't have time to correct you. 322. So there's 900,000 fails on ETFs, but that doesn't mean that it's related to Beyond, right? They're just ETFs that Beyond is in. And neither of those ETFs look like they're seeing any covering. If they are, it's just netting because it's probably IWM, and IWM's tanking today. It's down like 100 BPS. Why the fuck can't Tesla break 170? I don't even, there's no resistance here either. It's just not doing it. It's not like there's like a shitload of puts at the money or anything. You can believe everything you read online. Abraham Lincoln, true. Mm. 6750 puts. 70 calls. Curious. I don't like that. Maybe ES will keep pumping. Did QQQ get a bounce? Yeah. Okay. What's the covering for Beyond today? There might not be a lot of FTDs due on Beyond itself. Hold on. Oh god, that's wrong. What date does Beyond have covering from today? Forced covering. Ugh. Hmm. March 5th. Ah. Glam. Underlying and Beyond should have like 1.7 million FTDs. Volumes at 400K. It doesn't look like there's any covering going on, at least not yet. Maybe later in the day, or just because the index is down, there's no pressure. Unless more comes in, this pump looks like it's gonna fail. It's not a very strong pump. Mm. I still have to move money over to that. Fuck. Alright. The ball's picking back up. Hmm. Give it a minute. It hasn't failed yet. It does look weak, though. Dollar's bouncing back again. Yields are starting to recover a little bit. Let's see. Yes, has some resistance now at 5,300. And no significant call side support, so you get down to like 52, 52.80. 7. It should be a failure of the trend there. Hmm. All right. Both Dixie and yields are moving up again. Yeah. They're... Come clean. Who played the bear song? No one. Nvidia is about to push 950. Hmm. Is it though? We'll see. Nvidia does look pretty good, but low volume, really low volume on the pump. AMD's bouncing back a lot. Apple's holding up. Tesla's still chopping at resistance. Google looks okay. How's Microsoft doing? Microsoft might be finding some support there too. Maybe. I don't particularly like it, but I'm not sure they're going to gain enough ground for it to be worthwhile. Like, momentum to the upside kind of looks like it's topping out here. That's probably not great. And it was weak as fuck, right? They're not getting vol down very much. VIX is down like 8 cents, right? We're going to 11 billion million trillion on Monday, aren't we? Not if nobody buys any fucking calls. If we lose 30, we're gonna dump. QQQ failed, which I imagine just means NVIDIA. No, NVIDIA's no, NVIDIA's starting to fail now too. Um, Dixie is strong like bear. Yeah. Why are yields going straight down? Because China's currency is collapsing. Bullish? Yeah. Yeah, China. I think they're buying as much UST as they can get their fucking hands on. This pump looks like it's gonna fail, and 52.30 is not a strong support. If ES falls below 52.87, that's it for like the call side support. Is China buying UST to save its currency? Why do UST yields dump on China dump? They're trying to pin their currency. So they usually keep their target for the yuan is 720. Yuan's at 727 to the dollar now, which is really far off base. I know you hate looking at it, but please tune on Bloomberg right now. Why? Just tell me. What, like Bloomberg Live? I don't have like cable. China tried the money printer trick, but failed horribly because, not reserve currency. No problem, crypto. Head Wall Street Bets moderator is talking about who knows what, but he's just really funny to look at. All right. Hmm. God, volume is so low today on ES. That's pretty shitty. I'm still not very impressed with the Bulls' attempt at gaining ground here. It still looks like garbage, and NQ maybe looks even worse. We made it. Brinky. Nvidia's the only thing turning this thing around. I mean, I don't know. Meta is doing okay. Netflix is alright. Microsoft doesn't look that good anymore. Google's up. And Amazon looks like it's doing alright. It's found like a little uptrend. So is Apple. Although Apple might just fail 7250. Using Gamma to fight Delta. Seems like a stupid move. If Nvidia finds a top here, though, you're right. This is gonna tumble. Who's buying Reddit? Idiots. does that look? That looks bad. That's not. That part's not terrible. Ooh, we broke out a little bit. Look at that. They snagged the tests. No. Mm. Hmm. What's the return on those? 28, 72.50 call. Vertical. 250. Ooh. Hmm. 100. Which is the money one? 159. Return on risk. So if I sell the 70, so 72, 70, 72.50, 75 bear spreads like 68% return on risk. 70, 72.50. It's like 169% return on risk. That's tempting. I like that. Do more of those. Are we stonk racing today? No, not really. Oh shit, did Tesla finally break 70? Motherfucker. Ah. How's cat looking? Upside of 62.50 kind of looks interesting. I wonder if that lost too much momentum already today. Looks like the 65-day, like week 0 DT is sold off. Do you have a buy target for O, or are you just waiting until the Fed starts lowering rates? That's a good question. I've been watching it. I mean, I don't think the Fed's gonna lower rates. I think they might have to increase them, right? So my target's, I would say, substantially lower than where it's currently trading. But I would love to pick it up around like 46, if possible. I think the top end of the curve is going to get a lot worse. Are we done with the downs already? I don't know. Bulls are really trying to establish something here. They're just not doing a great job at it. See, there's still none of the like short vol is coming in. And we have like a little bit, but it's not very strong. The like 7, 10, 20, 30 year yields are gonna go up. Do you think it'll happen next week, PC? It'll probably be worse. I know how you feel. I got stepped at Nvidia at 9:30 right before the breakout. I cut another Nvidia. I cut the Nvidia straddle at the first like upside test. What's an alternative to O? I don't really know if there's a direct alternative to it. Vici, yeah, that one's not bad. There's Alexander's, but it's expensive. Also, kind of narrow exposure, so it's generally considered a little higher risk. Why won't bulls just fuck off? Well, they don't want to. They don't want to lose everything that they got since the FOMC meeting, right? Which, you know, substantially losing 30 here, they could prices we could lose like 5200 pretty quickly. So, I mean, this was kind of the line in the sand, right? And they defended it, which should be expected. We'll see if they're able to continue defending it, though. This doesn't look particularly strong. I mean, we've gotten a couple of breakouts, but they're very weak. So they need to come in and buy a lot more delta here, and get this back above like 5240. Otherwise, it can just pull back again. I'm not sure they're going to be able to be perfectly honest. Too many other bulls are skittish. You know, there's no short vol coming in. A lot of the positions that were up here initially are still the positions holding us up here, and those were already relatively short dated. Calls are still cheap. I mean, realized vol is low as fuck. Are bulls selling off their 50 strike calls as we test 40, 45, 50? Well, we haven't tested 40. But they dumped some of their call position earlier today, and they dumped a shitload of it yesterday. Maybe bulls will have to do the thing that they've avoided doing for so long. And buy Delta. Blorb went down. Like maybe like right now. No, real down, not baby down. I don't know. China's currency is kind of breaking. That's probably not good. We'll let the market crash before they buy Delta. Yeah, God forbid they bought something with 5 days to expiry. It's actually ridiculous. If someone figured out your real name, would you ban them? I don't know. If they felt compelled to share it, probably. It's Glorpo the Wizard. Silky Johnston. Jonathan Winklebottom. Of the Winklebottom twins. My name is not Daniel McDaniel. All the agos are tuned to 0 DTE pump bullshit. If they retune them to Delta, buying the algos might have to price in risk, and that's illegal. Yeah. Yeah, then they'd have to buy tails to protect their calls instead of just buying 0 DTs nonstop. I always thought you had big Kevin energy. No, not a Kevin. Okay, Rachel McAdams. It's Antonio and go by Tony like every man that lives in New York City. That would be Anthony, and that's also not my name. I don't know if any of you guys have guessed my name. Even if we knew his real name, it wouldn't fit. It'll always just be Gherk. It's true. Did you know we actually, for Rizzle, share the same first name? Oh shit. I did not. Popcorn? Tristan Chadwick? Vincent D'Onofrio. Is Muhammad Stankemini? Heir to the Pickle Throne? I made 20% my first video call with intraday trade 928, 938. Moved up my stops at price 2 years ago and never set stops. Thank you. No problem, man. Also, well done. Mark spelled with a Q. Quark. Kark. Mark. NVIDIA 900 inbound. Maybe like 925 again. I don't know if it dropped to 900. Giuseppe von Gherkenstein. Marquez Toffer. John Steffson. John Stefferson. Uh, VIX below 13. I vote 0 DTE puts. We need to fail 30 and fall into the higher concentration of puts below there. Although remember, under 5250 here, charm is not working in favor of the bulls. Your name is actually Tinky Winky, the purple Teletubby. It'd be cool to be a Teletubby. Just eat pudding all day. Nunu cleans up all your messes. If I can roll around in the hills. You go on adventures sometimes. Very, very climate controlled environment. Lots of sunshine. I bet Teletubbies aren't allowed on Tinder though, right? Are you trying to get me to change one of my Tinder profile pics to me with like my face on a Teletubby? Big Spoon? One already exists and it's horrifying. Send it to me immediately. What's kind of messed up? I think there was a Teletubby stream card at one point. We'll all eventually fade into the void. That's chipper. The 100th most popular name in 1988 is your name, Gary. My name's not Gary. That's the snail in SpongeBob. Fading into the void this year. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about your self-imposed death prediction. DM'd. It was experimental. Oh dear God, why are they all me? And why is it on a Monet? We were like, give me 4 Teletubbies. On a oil impressionist backdrop. The ideal man body. Jesus fucking Christ. Thanks to the nightmare fuel. Listen, man, I know it's not your proudest fap, but it could be worse. Tesla got slapped back down. Good. Yeah. Did the COVID crash era have this many days of trading flat? No. It had a few. Why in the money bear calls on Apple if you expect SPX to likely pump next week? They're 162% return on risk. And just because SPX pumps doesn't mean Apple will. And I don't necessarily expect SPX to pump next week. The longer dated positioning coming in right now is puts. I think if bulls can survive this week without losing, 52.25, then they can reposition next week. Did you say 162% on risk? Yeah, if it falls below 170 or even tests 170. How far dated are the puts that are coming in? They're pretty mixed, but a chunk of them for the end of the month expiry. Looks like some of them right before the end of the month, like 327. And next OPEX. Most of the call positioning expires today, and then the rest of it on the end of the month expiry. There's really not much beyond that. Like the 52, like all the upside calls that we have right now expire today. Everything from like 52.40 up to like 52.75. Which you'd think would encourage the Bulls to get that shit in the money, but so far they're not doing a very good job. Have you remade Notorious B.I.G.'s I love it when you call me Big Papa to I love it when you call me Big Pickle? No, no. 1.2 trillion bill to keep the government funded through September, leaving Democratic majority Senate hours to act. Wait, that was today? I thought we already did that this month. Why was last April such a flat month? Because we were getting a lot of short vol, but not a lot of call buying. So it was like last April was like when the dispersion trade started building out. And then May, June, July is when the trade like broke to the upside and we started pumping really hard. But there was definitely a lot of disagreement following the bank failures. Oh geez, I don't know about buying Delta. Let's just short VIX instead. That always works. The bulls. Barr speaking at 12. Yeah, but I think it's a continuation of the same speech from yesterday. And I don't think he's commenting on monetary policy. Or at least he didn't yesterday. Is NVIDIA overvalued a little? Bro, price to innovation. Who's more bullish? November 2023 to present, stock market bulls or the 97 Chicago Bulls? Yeah, there weren't any bulls in November of 2023. All of the bulls came in on the chain after everything squeezed off, which was like early December. But I mean the 97 bulls, I guess. I don't know that much about basketball. I'm gonna go with the 97 bulls. Is this the news they'll use to pump it into end of day? Budget passing? I don't think so. It's obviously had no immediate effect. I just tuned in and heard price to innovation, and I'm sick to my stomach now. There's analysts that are calling for that as a measurement of value because there's no valuation models that currently support the prices of the stocks in the market. Should I just take this 40% on Apple? It's always an option. Kind of like changing the definition of inflation. Yeah. Inflation's a real thing when husbands can no longer afford their wives' Lululemon addiction. Interesting. Is that expensive? $90 yoga pants? Oh, okay. You guys with your wives. As long as sculpted booties are in fashion, I will not short Lulu. So ever? Correct. Should I buy an Nvidia call or put? I never know. Well, it's not likely to squeeze out the 49 or the 950s at 940, so but it may move up and test the 950s if it breaks 940. At one point in time, it was fashionable to be overweight and pale. It meant you didn't work in the fields. I know. We laugh about it when I go to luncheons. Spandex is a privilege, not a right. My name is not Pedro. Here's a theory, Glorp. Market participants hyperinflated 7 market caps. That way they're able to influence indexes much easier. No. Maybe Apple continuing to trade higher is something to watch. I'm not really worried about it. I don't have any position on Apple yet. But this just means that I can sell those fucking calls for even more money, right? See? We're going up. Is this because QQQ is more volatile? Yeah. Although I don't think the bounce back on NQ looks all that great still. It's overperforming on the bounce. It was underperforming before. But it's still failing to break out the upside of this trend. 18,560 still looks like a pretty strong resistance. Do you have any opinions on shop? I do, just not currently. I'd buy it if it costs a lot less money. Like if it gets back to like 40 again, I might buy it. If we break 40, hit 50, likely they take profits versus hold to expiry. I don't know. They did take profits yesterday, so they might. I'm not sure we're going to break 40. Looks like the 5250s are kind of giving up a little bit. We still have a lot of calls at 40 and 35, though. If we lose 35 again, that's where things start to get a bit slippery. Do you think bulls will fail this ES 5300 wall? It's not looking great for them, right? Rejections on both upside tests. Less volume on this one than the prior one, but it's still early. We may pick up more. Ah, I got Grim too. Is that Pontiff? No, just Cornichon. Do you have a good pizza crust recipe with link in the cooking channel? I've made King Arthur and it turned out okay. I want to try something new. Uh, hmm. Do you want like Neapolitan or New York? If you gift someone Pontiff, is that a taxable event? It should be. Google's giving up its uptrend. It's all hanging on Nvidia now. Oh no. Hold on, I gotta sell some Apple shit. Hmm. 75% return on risk and at the money, or 31% return on risk out of the money. Hmm. Tough. Do a little bit of both. Is Nvidia gonna smash through 950 today? It's trying. It's trying to hold up the entire weight of the index on its tiny little shoulders and its tiny little leather clad shoulders. Lizard leather. Hmm. Ooh, that looks bearish. Not for Nvidia, but for ES. So the call support's kind of falling away. Huh. We're going to pick up some sell side here if we break down. Did you look at the ES options chain? I didn't know you can do that. There's nothing I can't do, Gilgamesh. As my grandma said, can't sat on the curb and cried. This is kind of insufferable. It's exceedingly boring. Can't touch your toes. Yeah, I can. Super flat midday, then slow downs into close. That's distributive. And bearish. Can you make the market go down 200 bips in one day? I would like that. I really would. You can't touch my toes. That's true. You can't be a non-ruggedly handsome Persian centaur. Checkmate. Hmm. Is that a philosophy joke? Is there a play to go short cat if it squeezes out those 6250 calls? Cat's getting pretty close to a top, but shorting cat always sucks. Boy, will our faces be funny if today is the 200 bip day. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. I don't think I'd mind. Ooh, my dead straddle leg from the FOMC meeting would go back in the money. You can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose. True. Well, unless they're into that. How's Upstart looking? I don't know. Stable, but not particularly exciting. Seems to be holding on to 25. It needs to break 2750 for it to run. Nvidia and Apple fail, so we get our glorious pullback. Nvidia just failed. VIX is going up. Not that that fucking means anything, but it is. Oh, look at the dollar. Almost at 104.50. Nothing's wrong. Everything's just fine. It's not like the dollar is exploding in value for no reason. It'll be okay if we lose the world's second largest economy, right? While oil's inflated. Is Dixie at 105 inflationary? Um, not, I mean, not really. You could consider the inflationary effects of a stronger dollar, like, US exports could slow down, or inflation could be pushed on, like, US dollar inflation can be pushed on to economies that are net importers of, like, US goods, and it can contribute to like inflationary pressure in commodities. Why would the dollar go down on strong demand for the dollar? I sold my this week Apple spreads and closed them, and then I opened some next week Apple spreads a few minutes ago. Do you recommend only SPX since there isn't pin risk? I mean, it's nice not to worry about pin risk. Well, it's not really inflationary for us, right? Because we buy commodities in dollar denominations, but it's inflationary for anybody that has to convert their currency to the dollar to buy commodities that are priced in dollars. What happened to China? They suck. Um, Also, everyone's buying JGBs, which is fucking them up. Also known as oil. Yeah. There's a reason it's called the petrodollar. Vanguard no longer supports 0DTE options. Why the fuck are you trading options with Vanguard anyway? Do you enjoy placing all your trades via carrier pigeon? JGBs make my favorite Bluetooth speakers. Pretty good. Explain taxes like I'm the king of España. Vuestra Majestad, imaginad las vastas y prósperas tierras de España, cada región florenciódo bajo vuestro benevolente reinado. What the heck is going on? No problem, man. Thanks, Peggy Hill. Yeah, my Spanish isn't great. How do I switch Discord back to English? You just summoned a bull demon in Latin? Maybe. Maybe it'll kill the rest of the bulls. And we don't have to sit here at fucking 42:35 all day. Hit the SAP button. But seriously? Well, I mean, what? Do you want to know about, like, taxation under the Spanish monarchy? I assume you mean after the consolidation of power under the Catholic monarchs, Isabel and Fernando. Also, finally, some Latino representation at the Fed. As a monarchist, I love to see it. Oh, Jesus, I wish the SPX would just go down already so chat would be normal. This looks weak as fuck. Bears could break this with a little effort. What bears? All the bears are dead. Except the ones buying puts. But let me tell you, we get taxed almost by how much air we breathe here. Bears are a myth. What's up, Gilgamesh? Are we the only bears left? Are we bearish? Bears are never dead. They just appear when we're at all-time highs. Muppet Trading Broadway musical, Dork Miss Piggy, J Fresh's Beaker. I want to be the Swedish chef or the Cookie Monster. I won't be typecast into the Oscar the Grouch role. But that's Sesame Street. Gonzo. Pork, pork, pork. Are people ever named Oscar anymore? I've never met one. Oh, I know somebody named Oscar. He's Peruvian. I hate that word. If you hear the word Peruvian, no, snuffleupagus. How many Jesus do you know? Just Korean Jesus. And Bitcoin Jesus. That's supply side Jesus. It's boring. Carry trade's breaking down a little bit today. Hmm. So next FOMC, if the data is still hot, are they going to say 3 rate cuts by the end of the year? They won't have time to do 3 by the end of the year. But they might keep 2 like assholes. I don't know. It depends on how much hotter the data is, right? They chose to largely ignore the biggest increases in inflation at this last meeting. Upstart can dump if feds do emergency rate hike. Yeah. If the Fed does any emergency action, everything's gonna dump. It seems like they've largely ignored almost all of the data. Yeah, I highly doubt the Fed's gonna do that. Not unless something breaks, which maybe. The dollar is going up. I mean, Dixie's here's something scary. Dixie's almost back where it was in November. Jesus, it's going up fast too. You got to keep that spread wide. They did emergency action last March, and well, yeah. Yeah, sort of. They didn't implement it right away, right? That one was weird. They like announced it and then implemented it a few days later. You mean the market doesn't love some emergency liquidity? They will still be predicting 3 rate cuts in 2024 in December with PCE at 8% year over year. I have no faith in the Fed at all. Wide like Crean's Gap? No. What should I read to learn about Dixie? It's just an index. I'm sure there's like a white paper on it somewhere you could look up. No, it's Dixie. Gherkin, are we about to hit the trampoline? Or rip through it? The video's still failing. After its consolidation. VIX is moving up. 30's the support. 30's not even a good support. It's just kind of the last line of defense before we start hitting the downside. It's just under 30, gamma flips negative. At 30, it's still slightly positive. No worries. Minutes. SCX finna take a lock-in. We'll see. The critical margin line for today, it kind of is. Yeah, because then there's no more support till like 5,200. And even that's not very strong. And there's all those synthetic shorts, right? ES looking weird below 52.90. Yeah, yeah, it is. It found a little bit of support already on the trend, right? It just might keep breaking down. Like this consolidation into like lower highs, lower lows as we break through the trend is usually really bearish, right? Especially when we're about to fall through the level where like there's actually support. So like I said earlier, if we lose 52.87, the shit's gonna get ugly. No, it's not a bull flag, Bob. No, it didn't break the trend. Markets don't crash on Fridays, right? I mean, I don't think the market's crashing here. That seems excessive. There's no way they're losing 51.30. No way. Uh, they might. I thought the Fed's dot plot? What's a gay plot? Why are you plotting the gays? If the market closed at 51.85 today, would it be a record high on the weekly? I bet we fall down to there. That'd be nice. Another week with weakness in the back half. It's interesting. We'll find out how much. We haven't lost 30 yet. Although it doesn't look great. The fuck was that? Apple failing? A little bit, yeah. Might move back to retest 70. And then I can close my sold calls. What does lose 52.30 mean? When do you know 52.30 was lost? Well, I mean, step one, you have to fall under it. Step two generally involves breaking down substantially below the level at which the gamma and delta at the strike affect the hedge. I mean, every strike kind of has some gravity to it, right? Um, the more positioning that's there, the more draw it has, or attraction. So generally breaking free of that, maybe at like 52.27 or 52.26, um, would start to push price further and faster to the downside. I'm starting looking good for an April OPEX, or too early to tell. It looks good for a now run, provided it can hold DN. If indexes sell off, it won't matter. Could this be viewed as a double bottom on SPX? No. What time frame? This? Sure. On like the 15? I wouldn't say this is a double bottom yet. If we broke above 52.38.70 on the bounce, that could confirm a double bottom. Still got a ways to go though. Let's be real, it's just another diamond top. Do you think we're at a high on NVIDIA for the day, or do you think they'll be able to break past the massive wall of calls at 950? Probably not, given that it's already failed before 950. Head and shoulders are just other diamond tops. Weak ass futures bounce. The real question is, do I close my BTC short at 50K or at 30K? Good question. $38 doesn't seem unreasonable. 38.5? Good. Although, if inflation's hot on PCE again, it might pump. "12 minutes of upside undoes the last hour of downs." Well, no, not necessarily. Right? The positioning that supported holding here has broken down, right? So I mean, this is largely like volatility driven. So these can like now it can fail faster if it fails. Have you considered the great Satoshi rug pull of the century? No. Beyond valid as long as it stays on reg show. Yep. Still has the chance for price improvement if it doesn't fall off. At what price does the market care about Dixie? It already does. See how positioning's looking. Still just a bunch of calls at 35.40, but nothing at 30. I really don't like buying the 30 call. Yeah, calls are still kind of falling off, but puts aren't picking up substantially. At least not on the 0 DT. Hot take, we're closing green. I mean, we're probably just going to trade flat all day. If we have a major correction, does tech stand to lose the most? Yeah. Should I enter beyond at this price? I don't know. It's up to you. What kind of events, if they happen, could lead to a margin haircut? Hmm. I mean, I don't think we're going to see any haircuts on a strong dollar, but like a ratings downgrade or something like that. Corporate bonds seeing some loosening in the spreads. Oop, I've almost got it. And Q broke up. ES didn't, but NQ did. Meta had a pretty strong breakout. So did Microsoft. Apple had a little bit of a bounce. Google's retesting VWAP. Does that put NQ? Yeah, NQ's green on the day now. Hmm. Such violent bounces on QQQ lately. Decent entry on Cat. I wouldn't play Cat. Most of the weeklies sold off this morning when it failed to break 65. Lost a bunch of charm. It's probably not worth it. Still some strength there. More volume coming in. It's like every time we test 35, all the fucking volume falls off. There's a little bit at 45 and 50, but not much at 40. Hmm. Let's get through ES 5300. Yeah, that's. I feel like that's what matters the most. We almost tested it. Strength and NQ could be kind of bullish, but it doesn't look like it's picking up more volume yet. And not a lot more. Was the 5215 a risk reward play? It's just kind of if we break 5230. But yeah, it's like $1. Did you trade roadblocks? Hmm. No, probably not. I don't know. Maybe. Do you think they push for 5250? I mean, I think they'd like to. Her Robux a good inflation hedge? Hmm. How much resistance is it ES 5300? we're kind of pushing into the resistance at 5,300 right now. There's a little bit. There's a shitload of sellers if we fail the test and fall back below 52.95. But if we break out, there'll be a pretty decent number of buyers. This could be a good straddle point. RSP is still trending down. Yeah. In a kind of a weird way, right? Like the price action on RSP today is very strange. No, we're not at the end of day yet. I know it's not. We sold off yesterday into the end of the day. I personally don't think this consolidation is super bullish, but maybe it will end up being. I could see us like breaking a little higher before failing. And then that would be like where they need to find where they need to buy. I'm gonna pick up delta here. Like that. There we go. That's a little bit of a pump. Does that give us... No, we're still short of 5,300. Did we test it though? We did test it. We can watch the 5,300 test and the 5-second tick. We had 4 tests at 5,300, all of which failed. I think if we lose 52.98, that's pretty bearish. But the majority of the future sellers are down here at like 52.95. Why are bears so skittish? They don't really have very strong positioning. So it's kind of a combination of those things. I remember when we tested 4,200 a few times last year before this insane run started. Yeah. Where are the buyers? Buyers are at like 5302.50 and then all the way up through 5310. But if we fail the test, we're gonna lose probably like 42.90 pretty fast. VIX is doing weird shit again. $6,200? That's ridiculous. 54 maybe? One second. Did it fail? No. Hmm. Still not breaking out, though. What are we at on ES? Yeah, still below 5,300. It's gonna break down. Yeah, well, a little bit of a change in ES positioning. The call interest is getting closer to 5,300. So now it's like 53.50, 5,350 cents. Like 2 ticks up from the call ramp kicks off. Or buy side kicks off, I guess. So we got futures buyers kind of like this. And then futures sellers are like this. Nice curves. Thanks. I still think this is a decent straddle. Ah, shit. That wasn't a stop, was it? Motherfucker. I did the same on my Q calls. Sometimes I wish WeBull would fucking save the prior trade. Sometimes I wish it wouldn't. Yeah. We're getting into the buyers on ES. They're pushing up the sell side too, though. All right, we got a little buy wall underneath us now. 5301. Sell wall hasn't really backed off, though. Now the sell wall is just at 5,300. Oop. Danger zone. This is fun to watch still. I mean, it's not really belief in the bear side. It's just if bulls take profits, they're going to rug the rest of the bulls, right? Like any bulls buying out of the money calls can get fucked by in the money bulls taking profits. Now we're back under 53. Is this going to rocket up or down? It's just really contested. The sell sides are bigger than the buy side positioning But that's because a failure is probably more unlikely, right? I think they just did. A little bit. We fell back into the sell side. The thing is, if this persists a lot longer, I think momentum doesn't favor the bulls. They're already pretty overextended, right? And a lot of the zero DTEs bought at the bottom of this run up want to take, they're in the money. They want to take profit, which makes their position here at the top weaker, right? Although things don't get really bearish unless we fail 35 on SPX, which we haven't done yet, but we are starting to fall into the sell side on ES. Falling deeper into the sell side. We're already in it, but we're falling deeper into it. And then yeah, still under 52.95. The sell side picks up a lot. $52.95 is going to be like SPX. It's, I want to say like 36. It's 35.50, I think, actually. It's another failed test at 3. Look at the bounce on that line. Beautiful. Can pull this out to the wicks. So we still haven't failed trend yet. Vol's starting to turn up and Nvidia's failing. What's QQQ doing? Ooh, yeah, QQQ's NQ. So this is the problem: is NQ's been selling off on higher volume lately, but NQ retested the top of this descending wedge, but it didn't break out, which is not a great look. I think we can get rid of this. The only reason this is remotely compelling, and it's not like just sell condors and AFK, is because if we move either to the upside or substantial, like below 52.30, this has a lot of range on either side because of the way things are positioned right now. If bulls win, how high could we go? That's a good question. Depending on how much they put into winning. 50, maybe even like 55. Like if zero DTE calls kept coming in, then yeah, we could see like 50 or 55. It's been kind of interesting so far. The dollar is kind of stabilizing here a little bit, or just under 104.50. 10 years down to 4.215. Yeah, yields are still getting, or yields are just still beat up. They haven't really recovered. Correlation still diving, which should be kind of bullish. Skew went up a lot yesterday. Zero change in correlation between VIX and VIX futures, though. Hmm. RSP found support in the last like 15 minutes. That might help the bulls out. Dow and YM are still failing really, really hard, though. And Dow looks like shit. Like YM is not look good. And then Russell looks pretty shitty too. Like they have some support here, which is helping, you know, helping breadth a bit, but like, overall this does not look great. Here I am with my 50C. I bought at the end of the day 2 days ago and forgot all about yesterday. I mean, you should still be like $20 in the money, right? Or well, you should be up. 52.50 if you bought it 2 days ago when we were what trading at 52.20. How did you not make money on that? Did it expire today? I don't like that the Bulls are not confident in this pump. I mean, I don't know about confidence. It's just the positioning keeps breaking down. Yep. Oh, okay. Completely forgot about it in another account. Is is it still up or is it dead now? It's climbing? Yeah, a little bit, but that could just turn into a double top. 5301.50. Yes. We're back above the sell side positioning. A little more support for the bulls at 5,350 now. Oh, never mind. They pulled it back. There was a little more support for the bulls. They came in and immediately closed. Spoofing it? Maybe. Hmm. It's pretty dead. I'm watching it try to resurrect. Well, you might get your wish here. I love how VIX has moved down like 4 cents since the last high, and we're still stuck at the same level. This should be IWM. Hmm. Oh, that doesn't look great. Another rejection here is going to start to turn momentum on longer time frames. Dump it? We don't dump unless we fall under 50 to 35.50. Well, I mean, I guess those sellers could move up, but I don't think they will. I hope you get time to sell SPX spreads. Risky. It's really risky to sell spreads here. Yeah, this could break up. This looks 6,000 by June to 2,000 by September. Yeah, but if you're gonna sell spreads, you need it to be flat or down. Ah, 2000. It's not that ridiculous. It's what, like a PE of like 12 or 8? PE of 8. It'd be a crash, right? Is market open on the 29th? Why wouldn't it be? Carl, April Fool's isn't a real holiday. How do you feel about this? Only up until end of quarter. I'd feel better about it if bulls would buy some fucking delta somewhere on the chain. Good Friday. Oh shit. I don't know. Is it closed? Easter's that weekend. Oh, all right. I'm still used to Easter being in fucking April. When did they change that? Why do we have fucking March Easter now? Leap year? Oh, okay. It's based on the moon. Hmm. Where did RC move Jesus' resurrection? After a big loss, I refilled my account again. This time things will be different. Why don't you? First thing you should do is don't put yourself in a position to take a big loss. Want to go to the Javits Center with me on 329 for the New York International Auto Show? Hmm. I mean, not really. But I do think it would be fun to get drunk and get in a Cybertruck and pretend like we're drowning. Too soon? No. It was the chop that got me. When you have choppy price action, stick with like in the money options, right? Did somebody drown in a Cybertruck? Yeah, because you can't break the fucking windows. I managed to get out of my underwater credit spreads around break even. Lucky they weren't in a pond in Texas. Also, she was times the DUI limit. Mitch McConnell's sister-in-law too. That's okay. He doesn't know what's happening. Three times the DUI limit? I thought she was in a Cybertruck. God, imagine drowning in a fucking Tesla with the spins. That's got to be the worst. Somehow the McConnell joke was colder than the dead lady joke. Well played. If I had a nickel for every billionaire that's died to water in the last 2 years, I'd have 3 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's wild that it's happened 3 times. It's just the new way of eliminating billionaires. If she's related to McConnell, she should have been able to hold her breath longer. They are turtle people. I don't like. It's like a ranch. Didn't they have like a tractor? Couldn't they just pull her out of the fucking pond? All the people that work there were probably like, "Ha, fuck you, bitch." I assume everyone else was hammered too. Maybe. Easter Sunday is the full moon after the vernal equinox. Everyone stopped caring minutes ago. Well, she was trapped in her Tesla. Couldn't open the doors. I would imagine because the pressure never equalized. Isn't there a story of a princess who drowned because the pores weren't allowed to touch her? How far could Apple drop today? It's pretty strong support at 70. How did atheists explain Jesus zombieing based on moon phases? He didn't want to miss Passover. His grandmother's matzo ball soup was to die for or resurrect for. Just say it. Just say that the Model X is a death trap. This market is proof that God is real and he hates each of us collectively. She accidentally backed into a pond during a 3-point turn. I'm aware of what happened to her. It's still funny. Your jokes are on one today. You book a big gain recently or something? My Nvidia straddle did pretty well. I'm still kind of fucked on my SPX straddle. Why would a Tesla float? It's got like a 7,000-pound battery in it. She might have the least sympathetic death since the Titanic submarine fiasco. That's actually not what happened. She was trying to charge the eels. Oh, God forbid we don't triple top the fucking resistance. Jesus Christ. I wasn't aware. What a weird way to crash into a pond. Apparently was on a cell with her friends while she drowned. Bizarre. She was drunk, too. If anything, the battery should have ignited with the lithium in the water. Well, I mean, that's a testament to how impenetrable the batteries are, I suppose. Model X's choose your own death adventure. Burn when the battery overheats. Drown when the doors don't open. Or crash because of the autopilot. It's actually terrible. Yeah, but I'm a terrible person, so. Does every fish in the lake die when the Tesla went in? Is the Tesla like a large toaster? No. All-ion batteries don't contain free lithium. They don't burn instantly when wet. They burn if they get punctured. I got some 18650 batteries here and a screwdriver. We could test it out. I'm not using 21700s. They don't fit in my vape. Science stream. Who are you and why do you have IWM on the stream? I want to see if breadth picks up a bit to support the bullish move. Boring day or most boring day? I mean, this outcome was really likely that we just get trapped between like 25 and 50, unfortunately. So expected, but very boring. It's had some nice, I guess we had some nice drops and some nice bounces. Scalping wasn't too bad, but I wasn't really playing any zero DTs today. I was just managing straddles, which were way less fun. The NVIDIA straddle was cool, but the SPX one has been a pain in my ass all day. Although if we can retest 4250, everything's great again. If I sell it here, I'm going to make 1.5%, which is kind of shit. The QQQ straddle is dog shit. Yeah. Are you on zero DTs? That is even worse. 4250 and you won't have to manage anything. That's true. I already sold the puts. I just didn't get a good exit on them. I got stopped out on this bounce, but not favorably. So above 40, I'm profitable on the straddle, but it's like I mean, yeah, right now it's just at like 1%. I probably could have bought less theta. That would have been better. I would have made more on the put side. No, next Friday? Oh, you don't have to worry about it then, right? You just wait it out. Likely we grind up into close. This is resistance too. Well, Glorp, this is it. What is? SPX 5300 next week? We'll see. There's not a lot of longer dated call positioning coming in on the upside still. The end of the road for my 322 5150p. That can't be a position you actually own. When did you buy it? Today? Did you buy it today? Even if we failed 5225, that would just end the day at like 5200, 5190 at worst. Does the MM have a preferred close? I mean, it's very early, but the MM's pretty happy around like 35, 34. You're too risk averse. I mean, you bought a 5-cent put. I guess $5 to play the lottery is not that bad. Mass shooting in a concert hall, Moscow, 10 dead, video confirmation, unsure of who are the suspects. The fuck, what does that matter? That doesn't affect, that's not market news, Verax. Were there any dissidents there? Explosion too? Well, they have a lot of grenades. It is for Smith and Wesson. No, it's not. Two cats stuck in a tree in Cincinnati. How will SPX react? It's very bearish. You want to see something funny? Check DMs. I do. That's actually not bad. Here's some market news. Dulac is merging with Trump's social media company. He needs to sell. White House press briefing about to start. Do we want to watch it? What are they briefing on? Nothing. Please no. Just reporters asking about immigrants and abortion as usual. I love that we're focused on the serious stuff. Alright, if it's just a press briefing, I'm not gonna watch it. But if Biden's gonna get up there and say a bunch of shit that's bullish about Bidenomics, I need to know. He's gonna go up there and say some shit like inflation's defeated. I told you the Fed wasn't gonna raise rates. He's gonna threaten the Fed again. House passed a spending bill. Yeah, no one cares. I'll let you know. Alright. Thanks, Hoosier. Which person told him Bidenomics was a good name? His campaign manager? The Republicans are always ready to oust their speaker. Gherkinomics. I still like my idea about once a year we have the two richest people in the country fight to the death, and then the loser has to distribute all his money amongst the poors. And that's the price of being a billionaire. And we ostracize everyone who supported the loser, too. Yeah, yeah. Just handle it automatically, Lawrence. How about they just give away 10% of their net worth? No. Unacceptable. Are bulls buying calls here? A bit. There's already calls here. They don't need to buy a lot more. They just need to get them in the money. End of year tax loss harvesting would be really volatile. It encourages healthy competition to pay enough taxes. Yeah. The first song of the Market Muppet musical, Kermit sits on a chair alone on a black stage. You hear the telephone line ring. Miss Piggy, I don't know how it happened. I lost it all. I'm sorry. That's Frag, not Kermit. That'd be a great idea, especially if SIBO starts selling yes/no contracts on the billionaire death matches. CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange. It's not CBOE. What you'll see is you'll just see all the billionaires' wealth normalize. So no billionaire will be richer than any other billionaire. That's how they'll protect themselves. They'll form a bond. Pretty sure Kermit's saying it ain't easy being green for a reason. Just saying. If the deathmatch proposal becomes a thing, I'll start a new hedge fund, instant tax losses. Our return is negative 100% year to date. News just dropped. Princess Kate's got cancer. Fuck. Well, there it goes, boys. That's the catalyst. Why can't we just give billionaires a trophy when they hit 1 billion? It says you won capitalism. Enjoy your 99% income tax from now on. Because they've got enough shit. We don't need to give them more things. Chad move, Venmo a billionaire $100 right before the cutoff time. Fuck. I want to see like if the billionaires use it as a way to eliminate their competition, right? Trophy is a taxable gain. Pump Facebook and Tesla right before the cutoff. Whoever loses, humanity wins. Careful. The Elon Musk people are going to get weird. I bet all the assholes who were saying she was murdered are feeling pretty crummy now. Who? Who was murdered? If they don't get 50, do you think the calls sell off into close? It's possible, yeah. We have a bit more charm now with the 40s and 45s in the money. Kate? I don't know who she is. But I don't know any of the royal people. I know King Sausage Fingers. That's kind of it. Thank you, Hugh. ADMA's chart? Eh, yeah, kinda. Got yourself a big old cup and handle. Although that's already broken up, so I mean it might be kind of done. Can't imagine that they fell that far with the epithets. Richard the Lionheart has dropped to King Sausage Fingers. Sausage Fingers has prostate cancer. So does every other 90-year-old man. Powerball is 750 million. What's to stop a billionaire buying all possible options? What? Colombia joins the Swiss in lowering interest rates. No one cares about Colombia's economy. Are you kidding? I care. Well, only because you want to move there. Colombia has a central bank. How are Upstart's tips looking today? Meh. They bounced back after crossing over, and now they're maybe going to touch each other again. I think I'm gonna pick up some calls for April on Upstart today. Didn't get the run on the zero DTEs, but it still looks pretty good. Imagine gambling billions on Powerball and not winning. $80 butterfly? On what? Was SPX starting to fail? Maybe. You know, we have a lower trend to confirm that. It's right there. But it failed its breakout again. These future buyers really just aren't. They're not trying. We're only going to look at futures on the 5-second from now on. Ooh. 1 second. It's even better. This is madness. It's really fun if you zoom in on it. Let's see how relevant the trends are down here. I'm very bored. This is where bearish things start to happen. Further down's where they get interesting. Oh shit, you see that gap up? Ah, it filled. God, these aren't even interesting. Should you do that thing where instead of watching the market, you shop for a boat on stream? Hmm. Bull bear, bull bear, bull bull, bear bull. A few years ago, my boss was boasting about having 1 second candles on his trading app. At the time, I was too fresh to realize how regarded he was being. Don't you need to wear a monocle when looking at that time frame? You do. I actually own a monocle. It doesn't magnify or anything, but it is made of gold. Fucking course you do. Why do you own a monocle Halloween costume? I was Mr. Peanut. And you bought a real gold monocle? It was the only one I could find. I bought it at a pawn shop. No, not a GameStop. A pawn shop. How much? It was like $40. You need a loop? Mmm, nice. I have one of those also. You can't say you have a gold monocle and not show it off. Yeah, but I also can't spend the next 45 minutes digging through my house to try to find it. Do you do a lot of jewelry examinations? No. Do you own a safe? For what? Why would I own a safe? That sounds heavy. What am I going to keep in it? My debit card? We have a safe. What are you putting there? I was against it, as you should have been. Car title, social security card, passport, etc. You can just get a passport like whenever you want one. Important documents, jewelry. Yeah. I mean, jewelry can't be like destroyed in a fire, right? It just turns into not jewelry. Just turns back into metal. It's like escalators. They just turn into stairs. That what metal is worth marginally less? Yeah, but you could like have someone turn it back into jewelry again. The contents of your medicine cabinet? I don't have anything cool in there anymore. I'm back. You payday? Nice. Welcome back. You're just gonna dig through several tons of rubble for that 7 grams of gold in your monocle? That shit's not pure gold. Maybe, maybe like 14K at best. The Tinder peeps emptied his medicine cabinet long ago. It's true, yeah. Scandalous bitches. Now they're just gonna end up with allergy steroids. I've never had anyone steal allergy medication for me before, but I think it'd be funny if they did. Be like, you feeling bloated today now? Can you trip on those? I don't think so. My argument with my wife was that we'd be better off hiding her jewelry in the attic and the Xmas decorations. These wouldn't look there. They would definitely steal a safe. Yeah, right? It's like, oh, here's where the valuable shit is. What you need to do, Popcorn, is you need to get another safe, hide it in the wall behind like a cool panel or something, right? You put the stuff in that safe, leave the other safe out where people can find it. I had a Tinder thought steal my Ambien, and she started talking to squirrels in my backyard. That's funny. I don't need to know more about safes. I'm not. I'm not starting a bank in Wyoming. Probably playing far too much Minecraft. No, I'm not. You just told everyone my security strategy. You'd have at least 2 senators as customers. True. I too have a red hair. All of you people, you don't even have any money, Dork. What the fuck do you have a safe for? Let alone 2 safes. I'm sorry to think you're not a very responsible risk manager. My birth certificate and the title to my car. You should put the receipt from the radiator in there. Alright. Ban Carl. Now, you two. Okay, here's a question. If bear flags only break up, and VIX has a bear flag, what does that mean? Down? Oh, okay. It means my Uber bear position is fucked. Are calls capitulating? Yeah. This is a little bit of profit taking. Capitulating is maybe too strong of a word. for what's happening right now. Win short here. Uh, I mean, maybe short some option, but maybe not. Should I just start opening butterflies? QQQ failed that support from yesterday. That's kind of tantalizing. I love how I was able to make a multifaceted directional bet on the state of the economy with 4 securities, fully levered. I don't care about your paper trade, Doric. I got 42.35 Ps for next Thursday. Huh. Nope. Look at that. VIX proving once again bear flags only breakup. Hmm. I want to buy some ridiculous out of the money option and see if it prints. Should I go for? 5,200 put or 5,270 call. Put. Shake a magic 8 ball. Buy them both. I don't want 2 of them. This is interesting. VIX is rocketing and the SPX is going up. Maybe I should use the term rocketing a little more carefully. VIX is moving up. I don't have a coin. I look like a laundromat owner. Yes. All right. Hmm. No, I'm just gonna wait till the end of the day. It's too soon. DM. Ooh, what's that? Ooh, interesting. That's also interesting. VIX at levels not seen since this morning. I'm trying to figure out why we're rocketing up on the massive spike in VIX. One second futures look about the same. Although we did find support at 5,300. MQ still hasn't broken out though. Can't you throw ES on one of these charts yet? It'll still be delayed. Hmm. Out of the money calls or same strike? Same strike, but shorter dated puts. Big players found a new combo. I'm not really sure what this is. This shit's weird. Was it that fucking press conference that no one's watching? I saw VIX spike and I sold calls and then we bounced $5. Nice. Generally confused about the VIX spike. Could be short calls pulling back. Gork, red candle. Yeah, I know. I bought the world's best QQQ put right there. It's never gonna print, but the entry's fancy. VIX is kind of still going up. Is no one afraid of currencies into the weekend? Not even a little? This shit's wild. Dixie's almost above 104.50. It's I'm not kidding. It's at 104.46 right now. The euro and the pound are down 50 points against the dollar. And the yuan's down 77 points against the dollar today. Ah, yes, the classic buy overpriced tech stocks to stop the SPX from dropping market flow. This is too volatile. I'm going to sit it out. That's probably a smart move. Is GPB the pound dying in sympathy with Kate? I don't know. Maybe? I'm going to get a snack. I'll be right back. Well, that's a slightly lower price. Does anybody in here ever sell short strangles? Or just me? Or condors? Condors aren't great because, well, they're just not worth much nowadays, but full port directional only. Short strangles have been pretty good. Like long straddle overnight, short strangle intraday. Nothing of substance was said in the press conference. Oh, okay. The market reacted violently to some shit that happened. I don't know what it was. Delta neutrality is illegal. There he goes again, speaking gibberish. I sold condors quite a bit. Okay, so I mean that's, you know, you're selling a short strangle. You're losing some of the potential profitability by defining the risk on it, right? How do you define the risk? You can just set a buy order, like a limit order to buy it back if it, or like a buy stop to buy it back if it hits like a certain price. Thanks, Obama. What did Obama do? I get it's a joke, but I don't understand the context. What percent risk on short strangles? Like negative 30%? Hmm. Let me think. I generally don't think about it that way, but so if I sold that for like say Monday, I guess you have you have some padding from the credit, but maybe like anything in excess of 50 basis points from spot, you would cut the losing leg. Or just close it. Close the whole strangle. Yeah, actually, it'd probably just collapse it. You don't risk a bounce or a reversal. Short strangles are level 4, right? Make it fail, please, Gherk. It might. It's still just might, right? Like we have support at 40 and at 35 still that we need to lose. But I will say things are not more bullish. Seems like most of our breakouts fail pretty quickly. But they have all been really strong, so. How about close right here at 40? I'd like a close between 30 and 50. None of my cash has settled in this account for the last 2 days. Because I accidentally bought shares of Apple in the pre-market when I was setting an order for a call contract like 2 days ago. Because I was trying to use the turbo trader thing. So I don't think anything will settle back out until Monday, probably. This account's got like $50 of settled cash. How about a close right here at 40? Yeah, that's possible. I need to close outside of 30, 50. I don't like my odds. That's pretty bad. Anything happening this weekend market-wise? There's the BOJ minutes come out on Sunday, like Sunday night. That's probably up. Week 6 of 20%. The risk smacked me in the face. It's okay. It's only 1 week of negative 20. Are you scaling that 20%? Or is it fixed? When you say BOJ, my brain registers it as BJ. Oh. Any updated thoughts on Apple? I bought puts when it broke below DN. What's Apple doing? Did you then sell them? Or stop out of them? No? When are the puts for? Next week? Oh, okay. And you're going to want a reversal here at like 250. I would say you could consider cutting them today if it closes above 170, 250. Because it might trend back to like the 174 resistance. But the options chain really looks like shit, and it's gonna look worse after today's expiration. I've been selling like 72, 50, 75 spreads and 75, 77, 50 spreads for next week. Red candle, all right. It can be kind of hard to break down through delta neutral, especially on really stable things like Apple. But before the weekend, what you could do is you could sell a put against it, turn it into a debit spread, and then you don't have to deal with no, you won't lose as much money to theta decay over the weekend. So you could sell like or you could turn it into a credit spread. So like under 172.50 close, you could turn it into a debit spread. Above 172.50 close, you could turn it into a credit spread. And that'll prevent it from like decaying over the weekend a little bit. Or you'll make money on the like enough money to offset the decay. VIX is doing some weird shit today. I don't know what's going on with it. But that means Kenny knows about your orange line. I don't even remember when I drew this. Do you understand that, Devarama? Like how to hedge that off over the weekend? This is related to the budget bill. That news was announced way earlier today, though. What are they doing to keep it from falling? Not closing their 0 DTE 240 calls. If they held through the VIX spike, they'll hold to cash settle. Maybe, or maybe they're sold. How long have 0 DTs been in existence anyway? We've always had them. We just used to only have them 3 days a week instead of 5. You could also turn it into a butterfly if you think it's going to trade flat over the weekend, Devarama. So if it's like right at 172.50 and you're not sure what to do, you can sell the put against the long put and then open the call side credit spread. We've always had them, but they only used to be available on the last trading day of the month. I mean, you're going way back now. I don't remember. It used to be weeklies, right? I don't remember when they implemented the shift from weeklies to Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But I think that was more recently. And then the 0 DTEs were June in last year. Sorry, June in 2022. Now we just need zero DTs on like the underlying stocks, right? Like Tesla, Apple, Nvidia. Oh, that month where the market almost crashed. Interesting. Yeah. Right at the bottom of the crash, too. That wasn't like planned or anything, though, right? It's just coincidence. Then we could stop trading shares altogether. Yeah. And then the corporations can take the only other asset away from us. Bonds do have options. I don't know what the fuck you're smoking. No problem, Dev. I know. Red candles. I've been waiting on them all fucking day. Look at my 200% gain on my QQQ option. I just needed to break 30, though. Otherwise, it's meaningless, right? Unrealized. I'm only gonna realize the gain if it goes in the money. Otherwise, I'm not even gonna bother picking up my mouse to close it. Don't talk about Nikola. Gherk banned me from the Discord about my Nikola whining. Did I? That sounds like something I would do. Risk management does not approve of this risky behavior. Wait, are you still banned? Change your face to pennies. Ishismanus. I probably unbanned you immediately after banning you. That's usually what I do. Let me ask you, were you right about Nikola? I've been paying 2 phone bills. TD has a warning now for currency issues. We're currently experiencing a forex trading issue related to market volatility, our liquidity provider, or other causes. Bullish. I mean, Nikola has a run sometimes. Come on, man. Everyone stop saying Kate has Kate. I don't know who the fuck Kate is. Oh, spicy. Oh, shit. What do you have an outline? It's like you're cell shaded. I don't know how to use my camera properly. That red candle was spicy. I was talking about my soup. Soup is spicy. It's not going away either. It's a lingering. It's fucking up my sinuses. I think I used the wrong chili oil. Do you think we lose 5,200 next week? Can we just focus on losing 5,225 today? Do you see anything that can make the SPX bounce over the next weekend? Yeah, the last 13 weeks of upside. God damn. Hmm. Quick, eat more spicy soup. Do I need to? There's not a lot of support here. There's no fear. Yeah, sure. How many types of chili oil do you own? Yeah, like 4? I think I have like 4 different chili oils. One's like Calabrian. The other ones are Asian. The one I used is called Sea Daddy or She Daddy. I've had it before and it wasn't this spicy. I clearly just got a really good spoonful. It's like spelled like that. It's like Taiwanese. I just bought it because of the name, but it's actually really good. It's kind of garlicky. I think it's Taiwanese. King Triton, Ariel's dad, is a sea daddy. Yeah, he is. Imagine being bricked up like that at 500 years old. Can we just not V ridiculously for once? We'll see. We broke back below the trend, which is kind of bearish. This is where those sellers were earlier at 295. So we're falling into those a bit. Um, if, if we push through those sellers down to like 52.90, we might get like a bigger sell off. I'm not necessarily sure what level I'd expect us to fall to there. Maybe like 280, 275. I don't think we lose 52.78. Or we probably won't lose 52.87 either. How do mermen and mermaids copulate the usual way? Kind of the fish methodology, right? It's like spray and pray. You dump some eggs somewhere, and then all the mermen just whack off while swimming above them. There's a lot of fish sperm in the water. Sperm and merman. Like a fresh party. Is that why the ocean's so salty? Uh, House passes 1.2 trillion spending bill. That was like a week ago. I feel like this isn't new news. Am I regarded for adding fixie leaps on this weird FX news? Maybe. Dollar's almost at 104.50. 140, 104.49.93 right now. 95. It's getting very close. There was another bill. House passes bill to reintroduce dueling. I challenge you. Am I regarded for buying Palantir and Oxy calls? Yeah. Have you ever made money on a call on Oxy? Unfortunately, it is still news. The bills are in like 5 parts, and they passed one more today because there's a midnight tonight deadline. Oh, fantastic. What position would benefit the most from rising inflation? Long dollar? Importers? Short euro? Gold, silver? Yeah. Gold more than silver and copper, but is it almost time to long Syria again? I don't know. It took me like 3 months to get out of it last time. The Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions has told lenders they will have to limit loans to borrowers with mortgages greater than 4.5 times their annual income. What? What is this from? Who's the OSFI? Canada? Oh, who gives a shit? So I'm trying to make Canada a thing, Bob. Check out our $25 secret stock. Ugh. That's nice. It's kind of flat tonight, but I still feel like I should sell this. Eh. I kind of do too, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's gonna drop much lower than we bought in at, right? And which I'm pretty sure I just buy more. The last divvy kind of sucked. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't great. Ames plans to open 35 brick and mortar locations. Don't call it a comeback. News 25 Boston. I don't even know what that is. Ooh, nice. You hit Bob with the 600 seconds, Dork. Is it PFE? No. The only people that know about my secret stock with Dork are me, Dork, and Poopy Pants? No, not BNAD. Different secret stock. It's older. How do I buy puts on the royal family? You can't. They're not a tradable instrument. How many secret stocks are there? I don't know. A few. What are you on about, Hamburger Helper? Can I buy Princess options? There's a company called Princess Private Equity. My girlfriend is the best. Guess what she just brought me? Sex? Oh, wait. Hold on. Don't answer. Taco Bell. Pop Rock Blowy. Not specific enough. Oh, God. It's chicken quesadillas. Taco Bell chicken quesadillas. Pop Rock Blowy wasn't specific enough. Short the royal family by shorting Manchester United. Dork, you're a homeowner now, and I'd like to refer you to Corinthians 13:1. Make it close less than 40. I don't know what it's going to do. Maybe. 100% AI to 60%. Thanks again, Grand Poobah. You got it, man. Other than VIX being so low, what downsides do you see to iron condors on SPX where calls and puts are 10% out of the money? They just suck. Fucking that's the problem with them. The returns are garbage, and when you get blown up, you're gonna lose far more than you made selling them for 5 weeks. Is that the one that says fucking your kids is only okay on Easter? No. No. I think that's a different Bible. If we close at 5240, I won't ask you any questions for 3 days. Make it 45, and I'll do my best. Don't make me Google Bible verses. You don't know that one? It's because I went to Catholic school. Which religion's better at marketing? Islam versus Mormonism, virgins in heaven, or multiple wives on earth? Both of those sound like hell. Did you never have a high school girlfriend? Oh, it's the worst. Now, if it was like sluts in heaven, multiple wives on earth, I'd pick the sluts. Sounds like a new facet to add to the totally not a cult meta. Promises of an afterlife. Who wants to have awkward, shitty sex with 40 women who'll end up resenting you? When Carl was in college, he had the hottest high school girlfriend. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want one girlfriend, let alone like 5 wives. Although not a bad hedge for divorce. How does that work? Can you only lose half? Hmm. I need to look up Utah divorce laws. I met one of my girlfriends on Wizard 101. Imagine disappointing that many women at once. Imagine not trying. Did you talk about interest for Monday? No. But I will at some point over the weekend. You see the hot Japan inflation? Yeah. Suzuki comments from finance ministry. I didn't see that. It's a perfect way to fight against PDT. Just have multiple accounts for all of your wives. As many trades as you want. Huh. Or just have $25,000. Oh, FX volatility is fully back. And it's not might return. It's going nuts. You can't afford to gamble with 25K. You have too many wives to take care of. No, they get jobs. Otherwise, that whole system's just unsustainable. Take care of? What year is it? I mean, are we talking Utah years or... I picked up some upstart calls earlier. Volatility in currency markets. Abandon BTU? Why? Did they stop making bunches of money? Nope. I don't know. China sad? They gotta come back eventually, right? Where'd this go in end of day? I hope back to 5240. Since it's not going down. Yeah, well, it looks like we're just gonna close on top of all the calls. I do want to look at Monday, though. Hmm. Someone's buying puts Monday. 52.40, 52.30, 52.60. Call interest looks mostly the same, 45, 50, 55. But some big piles of puts. Support at 25. Not too different. At least not yet. I don't think we have any big data Monday. And new home sales. Fed national activity. Dallas Fed. We got a 2-year note auction on Monday. Why buy puts when market only go up? For the part where it goes down. Thoughts on Yeti? Is that a company? Are they the ones that make the coolers that are overpriced? Do you think Upstart or Beyond is nummier going into the weekend? I don't know. I didn't buy any shit on Beyond today, but I bought calls on Upstart. Yes? Oh. People love that shit. Glampers and people who have like too much money to actually go camping, but go camping anyway. Hmm. Their margins have been getting a little bit better, but they've also been picking up some debt. So I don't know what they're reinvesting in. Cash flows or nah. I feel like they're already trading at like a pretty decent PE for where they're at. They're trading at like 11x cash flows. Eh, I don't know. They don't really seem like a discount or anything. Kind of. I think they're cyclical a bit. Like they probably have better sales in the summer, so maybe like short for the front half, long the back. Why did yen do nothing, even though the BOJ hiked? Because the BOJ hiked to 0 instead of a strictly positive rate, which forced everyone in the carry trade to go long JGBs.
to drive the effective rate down and keep it at 0. How's BNED looking? Fine. Cheaper? I added some at 50 cents. You're saying a lot of nonsense, Monster Man. I don't know when Upstart earnings is. Random 18 mil volume spike on Feb 16th. 18 million notional? Or 18 million? It's not 18 million contracts, right? I'm gonna sell Lululemon Harvard merch. No, they're not. Is GME IV building for next week? Ew. They did at Ohio State. Do they even have a deal with Harvard? Hmm. Alright. Still gross. Is 5350 a sexy inevitability next week? No. Jimmy Dean sausages? Yeah. GME IV has moved up a little bit. IV 10's up a bunch. IV 60, not so much. It was a lot lower in Feb, though. Delta exposure is picking up a bit. Eh. Let's pick up a little bit of IV. We're gonna close green. 5240? Upstart earnings May 7th. Oh, thank you. Why is VIX not dead? Is someone buying pets? I believe so. Lululemon isn't the reason B&M makes money, but it may help it. Yeah. Like I said, as long as we close between 30 and 50, I don't give a shit. 40 is best, but Bears for the win. Why can't Ryan just do a call and say, get wrecked, apes, and then never do one again? I wish he would, just so I wouldn't have to hear about this bullshit anymore. What are you talking about, AJ? Who would he tweet to? That's true. 40 and you're free of me. I mean, not really. It's just 4 days. You know, I could ban you and just lock those gains in forever. Got him, dork. Ban? Same like human stop loss? Yeah. God, think how hard realized vol is gonna crash closing at 52.40. Bull or bear next week? Straddle. Straddling right here. He gets tweet with sad libertarian hymnals. God, I hate Ryan Cohen so much. What a coincidence. I also straddled right here. Good, now I can drop and AJ can get wrecked. I still have 15 minutes on this QQQ put. I'm ready for futures to sell off hard. This is fun. It's more fun because I closed my butterfly right before it dropped. Could Gherkin JFresh be cloned using Beyond's new AI technology? I mean, when we all started working together, we made. No, I'm not gonna. Never mind. You could have just closed your butterflies, AJ. How big are the molds? I like where your head's at. Tesla 160s next week? Mm, eh, I don't know. It's still pretty stable. Alright, let's wrap this up. So SPX closing back under trend into the end of the week. More call positioning breaking down on the upside and a few more puts added, but no major moves. There are some big put positions still on the chain for next Monday. But we held 52.25 today, which should be bullish should call positions come back in. ES failed 5300 finally, but still kind of holding this short-term trend here. That does put it below the long-term trend at the end of the week, and we did close the week red, so it's like our third week now with some weakness on the back half, which is kind of interesting from a technical standpoint. Still a lot of indecision about price, even though we're trading about 100 BPS higher than we were before. Broad commodities down about 64 points. The dollar just rocketing. We didn't manage to break 104.50 this week, but we're very close to pushing through it. This is putting a lot of pressure on the yuan, and we're seeing the U.S. yields drop pretty dramatically since dollars rising so much. That's going to pressure uh, other foreign central banks to buy into USTs in order to hedge against their own currency. And yeah, that's driving yields down a little bit now. But the yuan slipped way off of the PBOC target of 720. We're at 727 and a little bit above a half there on that. That's probably not going to get any better. I think we have some more data out of Japan Sunday night, or at least the minutes from their most recent meeting, and maybe something Monday morning as well. Core 1 month rocketing back down, along with the core 3 month. This shows increased interest in the dispersion. This should also be kind of bullish. We've seen VIX get stepped on pretty hard, and we're seeing correlation between index and its underlying components break down, right? And so correlation between index vol and the vol and the underlying components break down, which should be bullish, but that hasn't really manifested yet. Possibly next week. Forward yield on volatility is down a little bit more today as we saw yields rise. There seems to be some backing out of the carry trade going on today, but not anything substantial. Fairly small move. I don't think that's updated. That's not updated. That's not updated. And correlation between VIX, cash VIX, and VIX futures is the same as it was yesterday. So not a lot more vol shorting, not less. Pretty neutral. Dow and Russell had pretty bad days today. Despite ES and NQ kind of holding up, they did not perform very well at all. So something to think about as breadth breaks down. We may see a larger move in S&P and NASDAQ next week. And we're pricing in about 0.735 cuts, so still just a little less, just shy of 3, but close to 3, right? So use a BNet info. Cool. So if XSP put closes in the money, what amount does it settle for? The bid amount? The difference between spot and strike. So if you had like a 524 and we closed at 523.50, you would get 50 cents times 100. All right. Thank you guys so much. I will see you Sunday morning for the members stream. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Later.